There we go. Should be back now. There we go. Should be back now. Yeah, great. Let's change. Let's see here. We're not playing Battleforge. We'll be diving back into Factorio. Actually, let me just start up the game because that takes a while. And I can use that time to change all the titles and all that, you know, stream stuff. Also, tags are a bit different, but I digress. There. Bloop. Let's see. I do have like a document on my desktop which just contains all the streaming titles that I use. Because I've been trying to normalize it a little bit so it's easier to figure out if for people that are interested in the VODs. So what are we on day 13 for Factorio or something? I think. Let me just check. Let's see. Yeah, last stream was day 12, so that means we're on day 13 now. Where are you? Come on, load faster. Load faster. There we go. $6 outside. Jeez. No wonder, like, I'm starting getting sweaty and shit. It's actually starting to get warm outside. Would you know? I think only like a week ago it was snowing or something. So it's very interesting to see that it's actually getting warm again. Okay, that should be all that taken care of. Game is still starting up, of course. About halfway done. But yeah, be right back. While it loads, I'm gonna open a window and stuff. Rather, we're not done, we're just ready. Cool. Krastorio and stuff. Now, if I remember correctly, yesterday, the last thing we were doing was that I was dying a lot. Didn't end up playing after the stream because I was playing Lost Ark all day. after that. So, we still have a lot of aliens to take care of. I expect this to take quite a long time with my current tools at my disposal. But hey, I do have access to iron and stone and copper and I think, yeah, even gold. That actually makes up all the core resources, doesn't it? Yeah, because it's like 4, 5 things. Well, let me just do a quick recap. Yeah, okay, so we are ready to set out, I believe. We could make do with some more ammunition, but other than that, I think we're pretty good to go. Alright. Where's the ammo? Reach. Somewhere around here. Hello. Nope, that's sniper ammo. There we go, that should do the trick. Alright. Re-enable that logistics network. I was wondering why I didn't have a lot of defender capsules. There we go. Refill. I think that's most of it done. Seems like it anyway. Let's go. Let's try not to drive into something. Now I do have to remember now that once I am done taking out these aliens, bases and all that, that if I do end up dying, I will respawn at that shelter thing that we made yesterday. So if I don't end up moving that once I'm done with this shit, I'll be sent all the way up here every time I die. So I need to make sure to actually also take that thing down whenever I get done with this. Okay, so we're back here. Remember to put down the drones again. Oh yeah, these explosive damage upgrades are really nice. Are you looking? Could actually be useful to get those power leg upgrades. Just so that I can move a little bit faster. Because that is also one of the things that has been killing me other than friendly fire. Meaning me shooting myself by accidentally hitting an object in front of me. But still, also moving slowly is not beneficial. I'm starting to do enough damage to actually take out these large biters, even though with the rockets, that is, before they get close anyway. And my defender capsules can keep me safe for the remainder. Ow. This is the main issue though. Can't exactly use explosives when they're up in my face like this. Ow. And stepping into stuff like that. Fuck. We're back at it again. How many times can Dragon kill himself within like the next hour or so? Answer is a lot. Let's move this. Good thing I didn't die like a few meters over. It would all have landed in the water and I would have to restock everything. God, that was so bad yesterday. Oh, interesting. It keeps my clipboard even between saves. Huh. Okay. Build in my minions. Your master commands you. Oh shit. It's really hard to see anything right now. It's pretty dark. But yeah, for future reference, if anyone's interested in playing some Battleforge co-op stuff, I would be totally down for that. Might want to give the game a go on in your own time first though, just to get a grasp on the basics at least. Because there is a lot to digest. And it just makes it easier if you already know a little bit. Since, especially for skirmish, because the maps are time-based, there's not really a lot you get to do to help each other out, because though it is co-op, you do spawn in each your own area, and only once you've got like free orb units are you at the stage where you can actually cross over and meet up with each other and help each other take out the rest. Now, that being said, like for instance, because I use heal spells and such, you can cast those near friendly units too. So I can like use my heal spell. Ow. What did I hit? A rock? Probably a dead tree that was lying on the ground. God damn it. What was I saying? But yeah, I can use heal spells across the map on other people's units, for instance. Obviously, you know, it still costs power, so only whenever the timing is right, shall we say. Oh, there's my body. Of course, you can also use things like the Curse of Oink and such to completely stun lock enemies that your allies might be facing. So there are some things we can do to help each other out in the PvE co-op missions. Campaign is a little bit better though, because some of the maps literally start you out right next to each other. But it also sort of illustrates why PvE skirmish matches are the way they are. Because if you don't work together on the campaign maps when you're placed right next to each other, say one person hogs all the power wells, or decide to take all the orbs first even though their cards are inferior for the strategy of the team or the map, that's when you get into trouble. Because there are like certain cases where like for instance, my third orb in one of my decks would allow me to build the Wheel of Gifts, which would benefit everyone, but not everyone has that card in their deck. And in the campaign maps especially, very frequently, you know, you won't both be getting your third orb at the same time. They won't be right next to each other. It'll be like, oh, one of you have to decide who gets it. The benefit is that because of this orb-based system, it sort of also means that you can decide to give one of your second orb to another player, so that you can actually get 4 orb units much earlier as a result. Like, that is a valid strategy that some people do use. Obviously, you know, it's not necessarily the most fun way to play, so there's that too. But I guess you could make a deal where it's like every second map or so, you know, you swap, so one gets to do 4 orb units earlier. You can also use this strategy where you temporarily have like a specific color orb and you destroy it. The same goes true for this, right? So you could technically put down like a full unit and then just delete the monument so that you can give it back to another player so that they can get their third orb or whatever. But then you would have 4 orb units, and just as long as you can keep them alive, that's a pretty big power boost, even if it's just a single unit we're talking about. So it's a valid strategy for sure. And I have played some co-op maps where other players will have much better decks than others, and in like 4-player co-op maps they'll team you up 2 and 2 usually, and in some of these cases if one of those team members on one side is lacking behind, some of the good players, like deck-wise good players, what they'll do is to just take all the orbs to them and power wells to themselves instead of waiting for the other player to catch up. Which, you know, is a little bit of a dick move if they don't also give room for the other player to actually get those monuments and such later. Because then they won't have any power to actually contribute in the match or the ability to make strong enough units whatsoever. So... But I have seen that on occasion where they'll just like hog all the resources because they are so fast in progressing compared to their ally. It does mean that the map gets done pretty quickly too, though, usually. Because that power spike they get from those increased power wells and the, you know, the larger tier units is nothing to scoff at again, so... Oh shit. This is one of those places where I could easily end up killing myself. There's all these dead trees on the ground, and I think that's what's been killing me over and over again. Because I don't notice them because they just look like they shouldn't, like, they don't look like something that, you know, should collide with your rocket. But they do. So I'll be like walking around minding my business, and then wham blam alakazam, I'll shoot myself in the face with a rocket. Just because there's a tree that's like fallen over. So sadly, I don't think there's a mod that changes that. I think the biggest problem is that I can't target ground terrain directly with the rockets. That is probably the main reason why I'm having such difficulties with it. I wonder why it's done like that too, since they did introduce the whole bullet physics, if you want to call it that, with the Krastorio mod. And then why they didn't apply that to the rockets as well. Maybe they couldn't? Who knows? Fuck. Did I remember to put down the did I remember to put down the thing? No, I did not. Oh shit, I forgot to put down the shelter. Yeah, I don't think it's worth moving it around too much. Because if I forget to put it down like this time around, then I just end up having to walk the whole distance regardless anyway. Damn it. At least it's not like Minecraft where your body like decomposes or whatever. Actually, I don't even know if it does. Think about it. Makes me wonder. But I don't have any other transit system in that direction, and not even a road going in up there, so this is gonna take a while. The Krastorio shelter essentially makes changes your spawn point to that, so you can only have one, but it's pretty good at setting your spawn point out in an operation area where you know that you might end up dying. Especially when the terrain has such a high impact on your movement speed and all that. I mean, I don't keep my power armor either, so even if I had an exoskeleton, I would need a backup power armor or something just to make use of that. And even then, like, you know, you would have the power armor with the exoskeleton to get out and get your things. But if you continue operating in the field and you end up dying again, then you need to do that again as well. So you just end up with a bunch of additional power armors and with exoskeleton legs and such in your inventory. I guess if you have a large stockpile of them, it's not really an issue, but I would probably want to have that the process of getting those automated before I do anything else. Fuck. Did I die up here, I think? I think this is around where I died. I think it is, yeah, those rocks look familiar. Now, where was it that I died again? Oh, shit. Ah. There's my corpse. Almost looks like it's part of the tree. Bloop. Okie dokie. Activate all those. Oh, fuck. I expected something like that would happen. I still haven't quite gotten into the rhythm of remembering to disable my personal roboport. So maybe I should go back and restock. Because this is a problem I need to resolve. It's fine though. It's not like I wouldn't have to do that eventually anyway, just to get more ammo and, more importantly, ammunition. Also allows me to dump off some of this biomass. Plonk. Trying to avoid all the terrain obstacles, driving into every single one of them. Okay. Oh, immediately drive downwards. Well, at least my warehouses are logistics warehouses now, so... In fact, I don't really need all these deposits anymore. But it does mean there's less waste going on at this point, which is pretty darn good. Still need the storage chest, but I guess it could be a storage warehouse just in the end, and that then distributes it into the others. It's not really like I need to change this. I mean, if it's in a small provider chest or in a large warehouse, it doesn't really make a change. Takes up just as much space regardless. This just gives me additional storage space for the things that are already sorted at least. Alright, rockets should be in here somewhere. Okay, I do have plenty of them. Walls and ammunition are running a little bit low. Let's go and pick up some of that. Ah, there it is. Something along those lines. It's gonna be great when I can do like actual request chests and stuff. Oh, it's down there? Oh, okay. Right, because robo towers, and it's within range. Yeah, they're attacking me from across the water here. It's not the end of the world, but it is a little bit troublesome, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I also just remembered. Yes, okay, wind turbines. I wonder where am I where am I making these? I have a hunch that they're around here, right? Yes. There's 500 in that chest. Cool. I think I want to grab some of those because we need a radar outpost up north for the inevitable moment when I end up dying again by accident. And yes, I do mean accident. There's no way that I would consider me killing myself with my own rockets not an accident, at least. Let's just take some stacks of that. And then I guess walls for the rest. Because every time I return I gain more than plenty turrets, so. But the radar outpost that I'm intending on building does require quite a hefty amount of wind turbines. This place is always going to be funky. Right, there it is. Bag and tag it. And this is why we want roads. And preferably not have ore deposits in the middle of them. They will be gone at some point. Always saddens me whenever I'm driving on rough terrain that it just can't accelerate faster than this. But I guess it's fine. It means you don't drive into as many things as you would otherwise. Also just have a car sitting there from another demise. Screech. This is fine. There we go. That's much better. Remember to disable those. And we are also exploding. We're exploding research, yes. We're not researching explosive damage. What's the difference, you know? Now, we're researching increased explosive damage too, which is making things both easier and also more dangerous for myself. Just saying hi, fuck, to the locals. I also really don't like that every time I die I'm this close to water. I really don't want to die inside water. And everything's just gonna sink to the bottom. All this nasty creep stuff also like slowing me down drastically is not helping. Grab it. Because I do have a pea shooter as well, but the amount of damage I can do with this thing is negligible now compared to the defender capsules. So it's better to just like not fiddle around with switching weapons and then just leg it, really. They do move super slow when firing this rocket launcher. Which doesn't help when you're walking through creep either. And it's like all over these places, so... I also have to keep an eye out on the combat drones. Making sure that they don't just all disappear and I don't notice. Being that they have a limited timer and all that. And then when I'm that zoomed out, like in order to shoot at long distances, I don't see those small trees that are in the way. Okay, I think we can put down a base up here. Or outpost, whatever you want to call it. Good thing there's these cliff sides in the way. For one, they're actually helping me. Take this, you bastards. Ow. Just these like singular worms still alive in the distance. Trying to snipe me when I'm looking away. Boom. It's funny how the aforementioned strategies from Battleforge earlier almost apply to this game as well, huh? If you don't take out the biter bases, they keep spawning enemies in your face, making it more difficult to, like, get ground. Let's get an outpost out on this place here. Don't know if this is gonna ever be relevant, but we're gonna put one down anyway. Almost feels like I'm playing a TF2 engineer or something, with these hard points being my turrets. Because I never really restock them, right? They just sort of make do with whatever ammunition I initially give them. And then when they run out, you know, they run out, or I go and replenish them maybe. But very rarely do they end up running out. Covering a lot of ground now, and I'm not dying as frequently. Definitely helps. Not dying does definitely help. Oh, that one almost killed myself. These trees are dangerous. They're almost more dangerous than the enemies themselves. Oh shit, there's a sneaky bastard. Oh fuck. So, did I lose all my bots there? Nope, I still got some construction robots. Good, good, good. We're fine. We're fine. What happened to the enemies that went up here? Did they just like... Okay, I think they attacked me down there or something. Let me put one of these down here. I do have repair kits, right? Yes. Just making sure, because they weren't repairing the other base. Whatever. Let's go over here, but maybe grab the car first. Alt-C is the button shortcut for creep collector. Got it. I'm really bad at using shortcuts in this game though. I think this outpost can stay there. This is a pretty good spot for it at the moment. Squishy, squishy. Instead of driving for the water, let's try and go a little bit faster by driving across land. It's also like a lot of uranium up here, actually. Oh yeah, there we go. Let's copy and paste this design and then just paste it in where we're currently at. Give me all the mouse sounds. I have no idea how well it's like coming across at all. Is it bad? Slip noises. Hope you're having a great weekend, Power Dude. Well, I guess turning it around like this is probably where it's at. There we go. Using your phones, I don't know. Okay. I'll take that as a maybe. Works for me. Oh, finally we got a radar up here. I am running it off wind turbines though, so it's not exactly space efficient, but it's green, so. New Jackass movie with the buddies. Oh, alright. Alright. Say hi to them for me. I assume it's people I know when you say the buddies. Usually it is, at least. Yep. Entity destroyed. It's just a piece of wall out in the middle of nowhere. Pollution is reaching far into the ocean now, though. Might become problematic. Hmm. That's all I can say to that. Oh. It's like about the only thing that the machine gun is good for. Clearing out trees in my path. What a waste of bullets. I mean, don't get me wrong, the car is good, or at least it's decent. Just not when you're this far in. Like, it's decent if you're fighting small biters, and maybe even medium ones if you have armor-piercing rounds, but... yeah, we're not really doing that anymore, are we? Gonna be crazy. Knoxville is 49 and his doctor says it will be dangerous when he's over 50. So he's like, I'm still fine. I don't think I've ever watched like actual, like full-length Jackass videos or anything like that. I've seen like clips and stuff of it in the past when I was like, what, a teenager sometime. But that's like so long ago. I'm amazed that they're still capable of doing stupid shit like that. Just fucking nuts. But I can imagine it should be fun though. To watch anyway. It's kind of like, now that I think about it, isn't it more like a lot like the do it for the wine kind of like mentality way before anything like that even existed? And consequently, you know, got shut down or whatever. But you know, that kind of online personality, I don't even know what to call it. Like just doing it for the memes and lols and stuff. Seen all the movies at some point, some of them multiple times, and of course a bunch of clips. Yeah. I mean, it's like basically some of the first viral stuff that was out there, really. I would at least consider it like viral content. Because of its absurdity and craziness, you know? They're just bored and stupid. Sounds pretty reasonable. Still though, a lot of that stuff is like something you can see in some of the newer content made from, you know, other people as well. Because they like cater to the, oh my god, I can't believe he did this kind of mentality. The clickbaity, you won't believe what happens next kind of thing. That's at least how I see it. The only channel that wanted to send it was MTV. So the enjoyment of everyone else, I guess. Maybe it was before that time. Yeah, I expected that would be like an outpost. Not much left of that one left. Left. Not too surprising given the amount of stuff that's probably coming in from all these bases eating up all that pollution. Nom. But that's another problem for another day. Right now we're clearing this place. We've already found another landmass up there. But it does seem far enough of a distance that if I end up expanding in this direction, you know, have a ship moving stuff across, and then by train going down in and out of the base, probably. The kind of thing that I'm expecting to see eventually. But there was reality shit like Big Brother though. I mean, we still have that today, you know, Paradise Hotel and all that shit too. It's literally just like watching, you know, monkeys at the zoo. Bit unnecessary, you guys, but thanks for the repairs. Because people dig it so much. There's probably also a good amount of people that's in the mentality of, oh, I wish that was me or something. Whether they're in it for the drama or sex or whatever the fuck it might be. Getting drunk, partying, I don't know. There's a lot of different motivations. Seems fine. At least it seems like my production can keep up with my needs at the moment. Not so worried about the ammunition at least, but then the wall production is the main thing that could end up not catching or keeping up with my demand. This place is wonky. There. Nah, it's definitely more than adequate at keeping up. Could drive along the water, but that's just so slow. Oh shoot. I wasn't even hooked up to the logistics network. Yeah, we've got more than enough wind turbines for a couple of these outposts that have a radar built into it. It is only defended towards one direction though. Like for instance down here, it's only on the southern side. This has never been attacked, by the way. Even with a bunch of worms all the way up there. And all these bases in this direction. But that's just because the pollution's never gotten to that point yet. So I could probably even get away with just, you know, the central part here of just the wind turbines. But, don't want to risk it for the biscuit. I would probably want a radar station down here or something. That could be really useful to try and figure out exactly what's going on in this area. But I don't really know if it matters too much if my intention is to clearing the entire island anyway. Because then we'll get there eventually. That was just a car. Let's move this and remember to actually put it down again. Just so it's a little bit closer. There we go. Means I do die, I don't have to walk that far. I think I have an explanation for why I have a high tendency of getting myself killed on the trees. I think I know now. So part of the issue with the trees in particular is that they get modified by bioindustries, I think it is, since where it reduces their hitbox basically. So that was definitely a tree, which basically means that it's very unlikely that I hit them with rockets if or rather there's a very high chance that I don't hit them because the collider's been reduced in size so much, which enables me of course to, like, you know, walk between trees and densely populated forests and such much more easily. But it also means that there's a high chance that there might be just... Wait, what? No idea why the rockets were unequipped. But it does also mean that there's a higher likelihood of trees being left intact. And then when I get too close to them, I might accidentally, like, get myself killed by shooting them. Because I don't notice that they're there. Because you almost have to hit them dead on. And because I can't aim for them specifically, it's very much left up to luck whether or not they're destroyed or not. Okay. Couldn't even notice my car here. Okay. Let's go down to the southern part and then attack from there, because camera angle's bad, man. I can hardly even see the enemies because the UI gets in the way. So, by approaching from the south, it should be a little bit easier. Holy shit, that's a lot of biter bases. These open areas are the most dangerous, I feel, because any stray tree branch, I mean, I know they're not tree branches, but that's what it feels like at this zoom level. But every single stray tree that's lying on the ground can basically just insta-gib me. I guess it wouldn't be as big a deal if I were just using non-explosive rockets, but I can't say no to that damage increase. I just can't. Yeah. What? You like that? Think about it. I still have those sound bites, by the way. Think about it. Fuck. It was going so well. The real thing. You thought too much about it? Not sure what you're referring to. Think about it. Yeah, true. I get it. I know. Oh, the damage. Ow. Look at all. Look at all. Yeah. Ow. Oof. Lying in bed. Oh god. Well, I mean, it is the weekend, so you're allowed to. But if you've got visitors coming in, then maybe you're right. I'm a grown man, I can sleep in. I think you confused grown and old. Sorry, but not sorry. That is about the sound effect for that feeling right there. This is fine. Well, see you later. And thanks for dropping by. I'm just looking at this and I'm thinking, fucking nuke this shit. Wait, what? Ah, Tim. Tim. Or is it Lon? Which one is it today? Hello, everyone. Wait, Arkham, you're back here. It is I, the one and true Tim. How are you doing, Tim? What were you playing today? Let's see. RimWorld. Ah, RimWorld indeed. So it's Saturday, so it's Tim. Yeah, that's true. It's usually like what, Tuesdays is when Lon streams, for instance, right? I think so. Hello there, Calissa. I'm doing pretty well. Circle continue.
Submit!
Oh, thanks for that one. Thanks for that. Still going strong on it? Alright, alright. Tim think Kirby been here before. Kirby thinks Tim going mad. Well, Tim does visit me quite frequently. I also have a tendency to hang out in his and Lon's chat whenever I have the possibility to. Oh, it's Monday. Okay. Yeah, I don't really. I see you guys online and I join in sometimes, but usually I'm asleep when that happens. And it's always at the end of the stream. God damn. How you get stuck with me? I don't know. Who got stuck with who? Yes, that is true. Toto is a regular. She is kind of sick though, so she's currently sleeping though. But yes, Kia was also in here raiding me earlier. We were playing Battleforge at the time, so it was a prime opportunity to show everyone what the game is like, or was like, or is like. It's complicated. Do not know everyone, Tim. Like meeting new people though. Want to cuddle? Oh, okay. Easy there, easy there. I know that there's another viewer called Vay, or a long English name. He has a tendency to come by and call me Nerd Jesus, so yeah. You're not the first one. Battleforge. No. I mean, it's been on the rise again, you know, with what's it called? Skylords Reborn. So I was just showing it off to everyone. I actually played with Toto not too long ago. She's been having a bit of a hard time adjusting to it, but it's been pretty good fun. Also, look at fish where he lives. Wait, what? Is you a nerd? I would consider myself. I don't think there's any hiding it. I have a tendency to do quite a lot of nerdy stuff. How to easily explain it? I mean, I do a lot of old games. Battleforge should pretty much summarize that in one sentence, I guess. But I also do, like, as you can see, Factorio. But usually I do tend to stick to modded playthroughs, whether it be RimWorld or Factorio or anything similar to that. Is you Jesus? I don't think so. I wouldn't say so, no. I'm not religious in one way whatsoever, so it's just Vay's way of, like, addressing me. This is his thing. Stonekin deck. Stonekin are pretty cool. The 15% damage reduction is quite nice. But yeah. Me is me. I live in Denmark, which is a very overcast country. Though right now it's actually quite warm. It's 6 degrees outside Celsius, so it's pretty good. Even for killing Battleforge made everything 4 times more expensive, so it died. Yeah, and the Skylords Reborn thing is completely free to play too, right? So anyone can just go in and start playing right away. There's no fees involved whatsoever, so if anyone out there is like into RTSs and would like to try out something very different, I guess, because it's a trading card game as well, but it's an RTS, then definitely should check out Battleforge for sure. Yeah, I assumed so much. I'm surprised you've been stuck long for this long, Tim. You have a tendency to do that. But it's fine. Do some groceries before Carnival is starting. Carnival? Oh yeah, I guess it is that time of the year, isn't it? Makes me wonder if the one here in Aalborg is going to be held this year or not. because that was cancelled last year and the one previous. But yeah. No use nerd. A savior, I don't know. Get to hug you and Curb will get angry. Fake Tim. Thank you, Tim. I will see you later as well. Try and catch either yours or Lan's stream. Another streamer that I also frequently talk with and hang out with is Captalamia. He is also like in that same friend circle. He's a bit burned out on 7 days, but as far as I understood, he was playing a lot of it with Kyo and Toto and Jenna as well. I'm also on that server, by the way. I just haven't played in quite a while because I've been busy. But yeah, welcome to my Factorio playthrough, which is heavily modded, and I just managed to kill myself again. Expect to see that a lot. Didn't get angry, Kirby love hugs, although Kirby infected with the Toto, so gotta be careful not to spread virus. Oh no, not the Toto virus. It's contagious. It's highly contagious. Nah, I'm fine. I'm probably vaccinated at this point. Just her recent tantrum of like deciding to call Kyo daddy and stuff is a little bit off-putting. I think if I remember correctly, she was referring to me as Uncle Dragon, so make of that what you will. Squeal for all. God, where's my body? Oh crap. Hold on. We gotta find myself in this. Oh no. This is not good. Okay. All sneaky beaky like. Let's do this. Yes. We did it. Yeah, let me just get up to safety for a little brief moment, and I'll catch you up to speed on what we're currently doing here. Alrighty. So this is my current Factorio playthrough. We're running at something like 100 something hours. Yeah. It's we're pretty far into this playthrough, but I haven't achieved as much as you would normally have. 124 hours actually. It's a run where I'm experimenting with a world gen mod, which allows you to do islands instead of one giant landmass with a bunch of lakes. So there's a lot more water here. And then I'm sprinkling in a bunch of other mods to make it more challenging and interesting as well. Most notably Industrial Revolution, which extends the early game quite a lot and makes certain crafting processes a bit more advanced. And Krastorio, which extends the end game. Calling daddy might be spicing things up, yeah. We've tried it with Jenna. Oh, really? Toto called Kyo daddy. And Kyo started using that VTuber model of his recently, so it's just been really confusing. So just to emphasize, although there's all this water, you can walk across this. So it doesn't mean that I'm safe for aliens that live on the other side of the ocean. They can run across water. That also goes for me too, but I get slowed down quite heavily. To compensate for that, I do have the ability to make ships though. Whether that be cargo vessels or just transport ships like this little tugboat-like thing.
Submit!
Hawken, is your daddy spicy? Yes, my train railways have roundabouts. Yes, they do. I don't have any trains running at the moment though. And thanks for the follow. You do now. But yeah, I don't exactly have a lot of landmass, which might be kind of obvious noting how condensed this factory setup is. I don't like doing giant buses. This is about as extreme as it'll get for me, for moving stuff around the factory. And this particular setup here can supply all the research I need up to this purple research. There's like 6 different kinds. And I'm also automating production of a lot of basic things like electric poles and belts and inserters and that kind of stuff. But let's just put it this way. So if we look at the biter base, their evolution factor is at 0.87, so they're quite evolved already. But the most advanced weaponry I have at the moment are defender capsules and explosive rockets. Yeah, I don't even have a tank yet. So it's not that easy at all. Streamlabs be forward or prepare for battle? Streamlabs? Reminds you of your first DSP run that you did not continue. Not like Occam and Disappear. Occam is like part of the community as well. He's been here for quite a long time too. But he's also he's also a streamer himself, so I don't fault him for not always being around. I mean, he's in the same time zone as me as well, so he can't be around always. That reminds me, I still want to do what was it called, Mindustry with him at some point. We did talk about it a while back now, but I just have so many things on my plate that I just don't find the time for it, unfortunately. Speaking of DSP, I also need to get back to that at some point and actually complete a full run. Last I played, I think I basically on stream got to space and we started building on another planet, but I didn't really like play it towards the end, so maybe when the combat update hits I'll return to it. In more recent times though, I've been preoccupied with some classes that I'm taking part in the weekdays, so my streaming schedule is pretty much limited to just only being the weekends at this time. How come this innocent dummy landed here? Innocent dummy? What do you mean exactly? You is innocent. Landed here? Landed where exactly? That, like in the game or in real life? There's like so many ways you could take that. Also, I have a tendency to get myself killed with my own rocket launcher. God damn it. The game development stuff going. Oh, that was you, Arkham. It's not so much game development, it's more business development at the moment, but it's going well. Seem to have an honest opinion on a game and or real life. I guess that's positive. I don't know. What do you mean, like, how did I land here? Almost sounds like you're seeing me as some kind of alien or something crazy. Oh shit. And you asked a question. Oh wow. Now I'm completely lost in this conversation. Probably because I get myself killed on occasion. It does happen though. Now I'll hunt your flesh. Oh shit. Oh, you mean Arkham, I hope. Don't hunt me, please. Shoot, where's my body at? There it is. But nah, I'm doing business classes these days with the intent on starting my own game development company. That's what Arkham asked about. It's going pretty well. I had to hand in like a draft of my current business plan, and so far, like, there were obviously things to work with that needed refining, but generally speaking, the teacher's pretty happy with my progress so far. He keeps tabs on us and how well we're doing progress-wise to make sure that we don't stand still and get all our things done. Oh, okay. Thanks, Arkham. But yeah, it is going well. Use yummy. Because it just confuses me and is into Squid Overlord stuff. Alright. Intriguing. And I thought Toto being some kind of mouse mistress was scary enough already. I think she's still mad at me for not using Ratkin in my RimWorld playthroughs. For reference, I've also done TTK in the past. I just need like a long break from RimWorld these days. If I confuse you, you has hit a bit of dumb. Alright. Squid motto. Alright. As long as it's not as weird as the so there was a Nintendo Direct not too long ago. By the way, really looking forward to Xenoblade Chronicles 3. But I've only seen a little bit of the first Splatoon game, and when they showed the trailer off for some Splatoon 3 related stuff, I just couldn't help but think that it was uncanny as hell. The music was very weird, let's just put it that way. And I sent it to a good friend of mine and I asked him what he thought about it, and he said, like, were they on drugs when they made this trailer? Or actually, no, actually, that was the second thing he said. The first thing he said was that, oh, did they get the intern to make this trailer? Because of how weird it is. I don't know, it felt very unpolished, and you know, I know that the Splatoon universe in itself is kind of weird and funky in its own right, but it was not something like a trailer that I would watch and be like, yep, I want to play Splatoon now. Is basically the general gist that we got from it. Bad audio can kill a game. It's not so much that, but it's like the background music that they used in the trailer sounded like very Splatoonish, of course, but also for the game mode that they were showing off was very unsettling, is the best description I can give it. And I don't know, it was just really weird. Splatoon dead by sound? I don't think so. If I understand what you mean. It's just the trailer was just uncanny as hell. I mean, you can go and watch it yourself and see what you listen into what I mean, I guess. Let me just find it for you in case you haven't seen it yourself. But yeah, I don't know. Let's see here. Splatoon. Nintendo Direct. Oh, my thoughts on 1 versus 2? I don't own any of the game. The only thing I've seen is a little bit of the first game when a friend of mine got it back in the day. What that was like for the Wii U, right? I believe so. Let's see. Let me just make sure this is the right one. Yep. This is the right one. Let me just share this with you guys. assuming that... There we go. This is the full mentioned trailer. Oh. If I remember correctly. Yeah, so this is the music I'm talking about. And it's just a pure gameplay trailer, right? I don't know. Like, what? I really don't get it. I don't know. The opinion is random, like, and favorite. Like, comment, and subscribe. No, honestly though, the music in this trailer is just so weird, and also just the way that it's put together. The like, okay, so showing gameplay is cool. This is a pure gameplay trailer for like a game mode, as far as I understand, that was already in Splatoon 2, but is going to be reintroduced in 3 with some new game mechanics. I have no idea what the game mode in Splatoon 2 was like, and this was in the Nintendo Direct as like one of the major things they were showing off for the next Splatoon game, and I just, yeah, the Splat game is weak. I mean, I don't know. It's just uncanny as hell. I don't know if it's like a Japanese thing or something. Excuses, be honest. Nah, I've never played it, so how would I know? Played a lot of game in the past, but never Splatoon. What do we need for this? Oh, okay. That's as far as our explosives are gonna go. But now I stick more to survival games or older titles, RTSs. And I delve into some indie titles here and there on occasion. But it has to really be like something that sets itself apart for me to be truly interested. Let me just see here. Follow a robot count. What do I need to do that? Distract robots. I should get this. Kind of expected this to be a thing. Uncanny, is that similar to I suck? No, uncanny just means that it's like unpleasant or whatever. So for instance, you know, humans are really good at detecting faces, so whenever you see a 3D model of a face of a humanoid and it's in that weird area where it's, you know, trying to be realistic but does a poor job at it, it feels uncanny, because uncanny meaning that there's something amiss, there's something that doesn't feel right, you know? So it's basically like, because we're so good at detecting faces, that if it's close to being realistic, just to feel like an actual real human face but doesn't do a good job at it, then you feel that uncanniness, which is why a lot of games, they will put in, you know, fantasy based creatures. So like basically trying to avoid that whole uncanny valley aspect by making going for an art style that is naturally non-realistic, for instance. That's one way to deal with it. But you say what? Survive well, would you admit suckage? If you survive well, what would you have to admit then? I just like survival-based games. It's like, I have played a few shooters in the past, but very rarely will I stick with shooters for long. The main types of shooters that I've been into are Battlefield. Well, Battlefield genre games. Not really something like Call of Duty. And even for Battlefield, I haven't played that in in years at this point. I've not played Fallout 2 either. I started with 3, that's how old I am. Basically, or how young I am, depending on your point of view, I suppose. But no, I've never played Fallout 2 or 1. They see dumb and sense it as smart. Nah, it's more like I get the gameplay for Splatoon, you know? You're squid people and you shoot ink at each other and you use that as a method of getting around on the map and all that stuff. I get all that, which is really cool as a game mechanic. But the trailer for that game mode is made to be unsettling because the enemies and everything surrounding it is supposed to be unsettling. I mean, that's what they were going for. Just looking at it objectively. Or at least that's, you know, what I see. But I'm like trying to put myself in the mindset of someone who's never seen Splatoon before. Because that's what Nintendo Directs are for. They show you all the things that Nintendo are working on, right? Which also means that if you're showing the most relevant things that you're working on, the end effect should be to try and corral as many potential customers in that you want to sell your games to. So if you make your trailers in these, what would you even call it? It's not really commercial, right? But in these Nintendo Directs, let's just call them that because that's what they call them themselves. If you make those videos and trailers and whatnot, and they don't sort of catch the attention of the general audience, then what are you doing? Fuck. Because you can make this trailer and release it as its own thing, which they also did, but they could have done that without putting it into the Nintendo Direct, and then maybe make something that would be easier to digest by people who've never played Splatoon before and don't even know what the genre is about. Or rather, not the genre, that's the wrong word, but the universe, right? So, because the whole like concept around it is kind of wacky in nature. Shoot. Also, the reason why I'm killing myself on occasion, not intentional. I just have a tendency to hit like a small tree that's fallen over or something and I don't notice it. It happens. So although these rockets do a lot of damage now, they also have a tendency to kill myself. It's all good though. But yeah, the current goal for this playthrough is to clear out this island space over here, because since it's an island world gen, the availability of resources is limited to, you know, only where there's landmass, for one. But it also means that if I want to build a factory outside of this starting area, I need to claim a lot of land to do so, of which there isn't exactly a lot to go around, so... Right now I'm kinda stuck in my progression because I need room to build more factories. And instead of just clearing out a little bit by little, that was hard to say, bit by bit, I would rather claim a larger area in one go and then go into build mode and figure out what to put in there later. I think that's going to be a bit easier to work with. It also makes sure that all this pollution here doesn't trigger all the aliens to go attack me constantly. It does require me to put all these hardpoint defensive positions down everywhere though, which is a lot of work. But I mean, I've gotten this far now. So shouldn't be too hard to do the rest. But yeah, I'm kind of limited to using a rocket launcher and attack drones to defend myself with. Wait a minute. I'm gonna be out of rockets just in a moment. Hold on. I think I know why. I don't think I gave my logistics robots enough time to resupply me with ammunition, so... There were probably robots on their way to go and supply me with some, but then I left, and then they were like, oh, he doesn't need it. See you later, bastard. I think that's basically what happened. Oh boy. But all these resources, those are going to be transported by train, I think. And that's why I already built the stations in the middle main base plot. Because if I didn't... Okay, screw that. If I didn't do that preemptively, I wouldn't have room to do it now, essentially. So it's integral in the design of the base. Hopefully, I've done a good enough job at it. Wait, what? What's that doing there? When did... What? Okay. I have no idea when I built that by accident. Must have put down a blueprint at some point. But nah. So far, the only things I've really been required to move in like larger bulk is that I've got a small gold mine down here, which transports gold by cargo ship. And it just brings it up here for offloading. The main reason why this is built up already is so that, again, I can just hook up more ships later to this network and it should work out fine for these 4 primary resources anyway. And then, due to some smelting processes, I do get like some side products and whatnot. And the idea is for those side products, because they need smelting and processing themselves, is to transport them out via train to somewhere around here essentially, and then smelt those down and use them in the factories moving forward. Because I'm essentially at a stage now where in order to progress, I need the, I guess you could say, next tier of metals and such, which is made out of those byproducts and a combination of them with the baseline resources. But I don't have the space to expand into such a facility here, so instead of trying to like gradually do it, I just need a large chunk of land. Well, we didn't see anything. That's fine. Wait. I was in the right position. God damn it. I built this place and I can't even find my own way around. God damn. It's a little bit further along. There we go. Just wanted to go and pick up some rockets manually. I have a tendency to run low on those. But yeah, because I basically end up spending the entire week on business development classes and working on all of that stuff, I'm trying to sort of just use the weekends to catch up on the streaming part of everything. So That's also when you're more likely to actually catch me live. The business development is going pretty well. I've got plans on talking with a bank moving forward soon. Getting my account up for the company and actually registering the company name and everything as well. It's kind of what I'll be working on next week. I got like Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday for like set aside for just doing work on my own. And then Thursday and Friday are going to be classes. Because it's been like that for the whole course, if you can call it that, so far, where each week has been a little bit different. Sometimes you have several days throughout the week to do a lot of stuff. Or actually, screw that. You always have multiple days to do things across the week, but some days or some weeks they're right again, like next to each other. But like, for instance, not this past week. No, yeah, this past week, for instance. All the work at home days were every second one, meaning that you don't really get fully into that work mode because you have to prepare things for the classes instead. Of course, you know, it's also business related, so it's not like it's a waste of time. It does help you out, and it's something you'd have to do, but it just means that if you have other things that you also need to take care of, you just have to wait a little bit until you got the time for it. That's at least been my experience so far. It's a really good course though. Even if I'm not gonna end up like a full-time company owner and game developer, I do hope that it at least gives me some future possibilities because I have this knowledge under my belt now. Of course, you know, the dream would be to go completely independent and all that, but it's impossible to know beforehand, so, you know, gotta adjust my expectations accordingly. But at this point though, we're so far along that we've basically covered all the major key aspects of what he wanted to teach us and what we need in order to establish a company. Now it's more like actually executing on those sort of plans that we have and finalizing the business plans that moving forward should save my butt whenever I'm like not sure on which direction to go. Because we basically have the course is split up into two parts. The first, there's a 10-week period, which I'm, you know, pretty far along in now, which consists of all these classes on a week-to-week basis, which teach you all the tools that you need to establish a company and all the things that you need to be aware of, should consider and all that. You get sparring and, you know, make your business plan essentially is the main goal of this. After the 10 weeks, you also get an additional 6 months worth of time where you can execute on those plans that you made in the 10 weeks prior. And the really cool thing is that normally, if you're receiving funding from the government, like social benefits basically, you wouldn't be allowed to run a business on the side, like a registered one at least. That's just how the law is. It's like an EU law. But due to the nature of this program and how it's structured, they've somehow managed to get away with it. I've asked my teacher, like, how come we can do it under these circumstances? Because the reason why you're not allowed to do it normally is that as an EU law thing, a government is not allowed to invest into privately owned companies, and it's considered being in, like, you're being considered a company that's being invested into if you're receiving social benefits in order to basically pay your rent and all that stuff, whilst establishing a one-man company. Even if, like, you know, you're applying for jobs on the sideline and such. And that is why you're not allowed to have a registered company at the same time as being unemployed and receiving benefits from the government. What's pretty interesting here though is that they've got this part of this whole course as well, or program, is something called a micro loan, which sounds really scary. You know, loans are something that I don't take lightly personally, at least, and you never should. But it's not like a quick loan or something like those things where, you know, they entice you to take short-term loans at ridiculous high rates or something like that. It's nothing like that. Because for one, it's through the government. So even though it's called a micro loan, and it is a loan, it is also a interest-free loan, meaning that you basically paid back at a fixed rate, is all. And the purpose of this loan that you can take is for the establishing funds required for your company. So, as an example, if you need a website, or if you need, like every company does, a bank account for storing your money that you might be earning and all that stuff. Or in my case, you know, releasing a video game on Steam, all that, you know, not all those things are eventually in some capacity going to require some kind of money, or might at least. And you can basically take a loan of up to 50k, which is of course Danish crown, so you'd have to do the conversion for yourself. But for reference, I get about 9k a month in social benefits after taxes have been paid, so. And if I understand everything correctly, because it's a loan, that is why you're allowed to do it this way, you know, even within the EU laws or something. I don't quite remember the explanation in its full extent because it's very technical, but it's just really cool that we can have these opportunities. And as far as I know, there's nowhere else that you can have this kind of opportunity, so I've been very fortunate to be on this program. Also because it's in the testing phase, so next year this program might not even exist anymore, because it's up to the government on, like, based on the success rate and the outcome of this program, whether or not it should continue to exist moving forward. But at least as far as our teachers is concerned, there's a pretty high success rate amongst those who have participated before so far. Or rather, I mean, success rate is maybe a strong word. It's more like a tendency to continue, I guess you could say. There's a high tendency for people to continue working on it. But I mean, you know, that is kind of also the point. Once you reach the end of that 6-month period, where you'll be supported by you'll receive your government funds and everything like normally. But once that time period is over, you either have to A, shut down your company, B, continue running your company, or C, continue running your company and have a job on the sideline. If it's not enough to run around, you know? Because you can't, at that point again, you cannot have a publicly officially registered company and receive funding from the government because of the aforementioned EU laws and stuff. But you know, that just means that you gotta make the most of it. And that's why right now I'm focusing on the business plans, and then taking a little breather on the streaming, keeping it into the weekends. But the goal is that once I'm done with classes, I will try and see and figure out like an exact schedule. Like I've got a rough plan on how to do it, but I would like to do development streams. Hold on. Fuck. Sad part is I'm pretty sure I killed myself again. But I would like to do development streams. Show off like how you make video games and also get it actually made. It would also give everyone who's interested in dropping by a chance to actually influence the development of the game moving forward. Because, you know, I'm not just making the game for myself, so the more input the better. Doesn't guarantee that everything is going to be implemented as people come in with different kinds of feedback and desires and all that. But it is like I think something like it's definitely something I want to pursue, because I feel that the what do you call it, the takeaway from such an approach is pretty damn good, because it would not only like make sure that the game is more interesting to everyone who everyone else than myself, but hopefully at least, but also motivates me to keep going better. But yeah, it probably won't be like every single time I'm working on the game. Sometimes I need to have focus. Well, I'll try and see if I can get like a routine going in. I've got like, 6 months to figure this shit out, basically. But prefer like, or execute on it. But preferably I figure out as much of it beforehand as possible. Because that's what the business plan is for, right? God damn it. I really need a kill count. Maybe I should just make one for another stream. I have a feeling that once I get energy shields and or vehicles that actually can do some damage, it's not going to be as big a deal anymore. Right now, though, it definitely is. Oh my god, this is kind of why I rage quitted a little bit yesterday. I was so tired of killing myself over and over again. It's not so bad right now, though. It could be worse. Could definitely be worse. Yesterday I also didn't quite... It took me a while before I started doing the whole the outpost thing, or the shelter thing. But yeah, it's pretty straightforward today. I'm looking forward to getting back into building fucking factory. Yeah. They do a lot of damage too. Doesn't exactly help. It's also like the only improved ammo I can make is stainless steel mags, but I don't even know if they're gonna end up being relevant. Ow. How far away was I? Oh, there it is. Even though my body is comprised of a red color, I still have a hard time figuring out where I'm at sometimes. I've also been wondering if I should consider playing some oh shit. Ah, that's not good. If I should start playing some Lost Ark on stream. I've been playing it just in my spare time these last couple days. And I gotta say, I'm kind of enticed by it. But we'll see if it keeps my interest. It's a pretty good game. I mean, it's free, so there's not much to complain about. But even though it's free, I don't really feel like there's a lot of systems that are gatekeeping you, It's not like the game says, oh, you can't do this now. Because you're a free-to-play player or something like that. It feels very open. Basically being able to play the entire game. A little bit like Genshin Impact, but without the gacha elements, I suppose. It is a reminiscent of an ARPG, but more like a Terra kind of like combat system though. And I don't know. I mean, it's not really like combat so far has been super difficult. It basically just narrows down to one-shotting enemies with a specific attack and then using, or one to multiple attacks, and then using the rest of the attacks to stagger them and do some crowd control. I am playing as a berserker at the moment. I have been told though at level 50 it gets more challenging. So why that is, I'm not entirely sure. But I assume it's got something, might have something to do with the fact that certain game mechanics are unlocked at that stage. But yeah. What I'm basically trying to say is I don't know if it's like an interesting game to stream, or watch at least. So I would need some feedback on that. Rip the bots. Okay, vehicles up there. Need to go and restock ammunition. Yeah, repair that wall. Yeah, the only real upgrade I can get at the moment is are those exoskeleton legs. I don't even know. I don't think I've got all the... Wait, no, I think I do have all the components for it. I might have to stick some of them together manually if I really wanted them. I just don't know if it's something worth getting at the moment. Because right now, basically, my loadout is a bunch of generators and 2 roboports. So that I can establish these outposts much faster and just move on quicker that way. And then a few batteries to keep some energy stored for whenever a sudden surge spike happens. Basically whenever I'm building something. So that whenever I'm not building something, it gets time to recharge it all. Let's just park it a little bit further ahead. Screech. Don't completely overfill in that because we also need space for some walls. Also, personal roboport activated. Have to remember to do that whenever I die, which happens very frequently. Otherwise, I don't get resupplies when I return back home. And it does resupply me with quite a lot of stuff, but things like walls and such are a little bit more limited, since I set the amount fairly low, but just allow me to carry around much more than that. But it does mean I have to go and pick this stuff up manually, and they are in some slightly annoying locations, so it could do with a little bit of an improvement at some point. ...140 kilometers an hour. And we get slowed down. Concrete roads or asphalt roads are pretty good at gaining speed, but as soon as I drive out here, it's basically cut in half almost. Let's grab this shelter on the way. Find a good news spot for it, a little bit closer. I think here's fine. Alright, let's try not to die this time again. Getting more follower robot count would be pretty useful. So at least they don't get myself killed when I shoot them at close range. I can't even imagine playing Factorio in hardcore mode or something. Why would anyone ever want to do that? There's like so many dumb reasons that you could die in this. And especially if you're like not intending on using blueprints. I just don't feel like you'll ever get anywhere. Either that or you just have to be really careful. Probably not play modded too. There's just way too many ways to die there. Nom 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 nom. Oh shit. Didn't see those. Seems like we're fine though. Build for me, my minions. Don't want to lose my drones. That'd be neat. Night vision might actually not be a terrible idea. I am finding a little bit hard at times to distinguish things in the dark like this. So maybe that might actually be a pretty decent idea to get some night vision. It'll just get good. Fuck nature, I guess. Rip those trees. Dude, I'm just realizing as well. If I end up having production facilities on this whole island segment here and it starts polluting as much as this, I'll have to extend my defensive wall all the way around this island. God damn. Question is if I should fill in this entire ocean pot in here with platforms just to make a bit more of like a larger surface area or something. I feel that if I only make use of what's already there and just like straighten out the edges or something, I mean, it would be more easier to do and more interesting of a factory layout, but also way more difficult. Don't shy off of a challenge in this case, but I think that is something that is up for discussion and debate at least. Oh, there's one more. There's two more. Oh, there's no forest though. Oh, I don't like attacking from the top. I'm more of a bottom kind of person. Oh shit, 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 shit. Fuck. The worst part about this death is that I saw it coming just as I pressed space. Because I noticed there were enemies right up against me. But like, too late, you know? Fuck. Fuck, fuck me, fuck, fuck, fuck. Ay, ay, ay. I'm kinda missing the, was it one of the Bob's mods, the one that adds classes. Whoa, hello. Because it's pretty cool when you can just like switch your class into one that's focused on combat to give you an upper edge. It is a little bit cheaty and stuff in some regards, but I don't know, the class-based system for that mod was actually pretty interesting. So you could be a... Oh, I don't even remember how they were separated. So there was the combat one, which of course meant that you did more damage, I believe, with your weapons. I think it also increased your hit point pool, amongst other combat-related stats. But as a downside, it meant that you had less inventory space as one. I think your handcrafting speed was also slowed down, like reduced. Meaning that handcrafting essentially took longer. Another class was... Because there was like a builder class and a resource or something mining class. One of them allowed you to smelt things in your hand, which for reference in the base game anyways, like, you know, smelting ore into plates cannot be done by hand, but if you were this class, all of a sudden you could. And I believe the builder class had an extended inventory, even more so than the other one, the smelting one. And the builder class also had increased build reach, so you could reach out further and build further away from you, which was excellent when you were building a base. I can't remember, I think there was one of the classes also had movement debuff or something as one of the downsides, but it's been such a long while that it's even possible that some of those have been changed, if it's even been updated since. The only thing being that you could only change class whenever you died. Though you could change your class, though. That has to be said. So just because you selected one didn't mean you were locked to it, but in order to get it switched, you also had to basically force respawn yourself. It did also work together with... I don't remember if it was... Fucking hell. If it was the same mod, but there was also these cloning stations you could do with one of the Bob's Mods modules. Wow, that's so hard to say. Which essentially meant that you could set up like a remote station where you had a body double, or whatever you want to call it, like a clone. There's my buddy. And then instead of directly teleporting your current character to that location, you would enter a similar building in one area and then take control of the other one. Basically move your conscience across, but not your things. Not your items, inventory, and all that. And then it would be whichever class that clone or whatever would have like assigned to it, which would be the one that you would be accessing. So it'd be one way of like teleporting across the map to distant locations, but I think it's very cleverly done since it doesn't move your items across, which is the main reason why teleporting, I assume, isn't in the base game as it is, because moving across the map with any items and such does sort of eliminate some of the logistic challenges that are in the game natively, you know? So by making it so that you can't move along with a bunch of items in your inventory, it preserves that aspect of the game while also allowing you to actually, you know, do that. Teleport across. Also because it does require you to outfit these stations with these body doubles in the first place, which in itself is a challenge in its own right. Which I think is very clever. It's not all games that get this right either. FPS games have a high tendency to fail in this department. But it's also one of those aspects where it's really hard to get it right. What I'm referring to here is the firearms at your disposal specifically. Fuck. Because the issue is balance, always. But at the same time, if you want to introduce more varied weaponry, at least for shooters, the general gist is that you don't want a... I used to remember, there was like a specific term you could use to call these. But it's basically like the ultimate weapon, you know? There was like a word you could use to describe this. But it's basically like a weapon that trumps every other weapon in every single area. Like it does more DPS than every other weapon in this case, which is the easiest way of putting it out, I guess. So ideally you want your weapons to behave differently, but not have one overshadow the other in various ways. There are a couple ways you can get around this too, by still having the weapons. Where the fuck is my body? Where did I die again? God damn it, I've lost track of my body now. Hold on. Because the drones, they move further away over time, so it's just a sort of indicator on where I died. There it is. Ugh, in the creep and all that. There we go. So what was I saying? Okay, so an example of this, where you could do it differently, is I would say games like Doom do it pretty decently. Like, you have weapons that do more damage and all that, which goes against that which I just said, right? But of course, it's also like balanced in terms of your resource, which is your ammunition. So it's fine to have specific weapons deal more damage or be more powerful, beyond like the fact that like a BFG has it's fewer, you know, shots, and it's a large explosive area, friendly fire and all that jazz. But also the ammunition is more scarce, so you know you have to use it strategically. But then there's games like, I guess for me being the most recent example would be Battlefield 1, where, for instance, I think, what was it, a medic, they had those rifles or whatever, which, like, you could unlock additional rifle choices, but the difficulty that EA had here was obviously like not making one rifle overshadow any of the others, so it wasn't a matter necessarily of which rifle was more powerful than the others, but a matter of drawbacks and stuff, as opposed to benefits. And as I remember, the main thing that I noticed wasn't that their stats were like drastically different in terms of damage, but rather their effective ranges were rather different, which I guess is one way of doing it, but not really that gracious a way of doing it. Because the main issue here is that yes, you do kind of accomplish your objective, but you also have a bunch of weapons that are seemingly indistinguishable unless you really dive into the nitty-gritty, you know, ballistics, physics, and all that stuff. As far as I know, anyway. And at least me being as a casual FPS player, I couldn't tell the difference between the weapons, other than the magazine size differences, which might vary a little bit. It didn't really feel like one weapon required more shots to take out an enemy than the other. So, no matter if it did or not. So the issue here is that, you know, the weapons become indistinguishable, and you don't really know if one is better than the other, because technically they're not even designed to be that in the first place, right? In contrast, we could look at a game like Half-Life 2 Deathmatch, simply because I'm fairly well versed in that game, where every single weapon almost has a unique feature or function to it, right? So you've got your most generic weapons, which is the SMG and the SM pistol. The pistol has the benefit that, you know, ammunition is usually plenty available, but compared to an SMG, because I would kind of put them in the same group, the SM pistol has accuracy over rate of fire, meaning that if you're at longer range, shooting with an SM pistol and aiming for headshots is a bit easier than with an SMG. It might even do more damage, in fact, or easier to do damage with, at least. Then you also have, like, you know, a bunch of different explosive weapons that, though they work similarly, are also very different. Grenades, they don't explode on impact, but can be picked up by a gravity gun, so there's also some synergy there. Whereas a rocket launcher is laser guided, and, you know, basically is a one-hit kill on everything. But again, ammunition is a bit more scarce. And you also can't carry as much ammo as you can. Can you carry more grenades? I can't even remember. But the benefit of grenades is that you can lob them into like tight spaces and then retreat to a safe distance, or, you know, getting them into close to your enemy might be easier. Okay, what's going on here? Ah, it's just all the way down there. Okay, fine. You've got your crossbow, which is kind of a sniper, but it's also affected by ballistics quite a lot, since the rebar, you know, it drops down, and even, in fact, if you shoot it close to a surface, it'll actually bounce down and up again. You know, and hitting an enemy in the face with it is basically a one-hit kill every time. And as an added flair, I guess, it doesn't really do much of a gameplay mechanic, but any enemy you do hit with it, if they're standing up against a wall or something, they do also get pinned to it. Which is just like, you know, a cool way of differentiating it from other weapons without actually impacting gameplay. But just makes it more fun to use, essentially. You have the IR2, which is kind of like an SMG. Ammunition is more scarce though, but the weapon also does more damage. Also, doing controlled burst fires for headshots is very effective with it. And its alt fire is different from the SMG. With the SMG doing, it's like a grenade that you lob, but compared to the actual grenades, these explode on impact, right? So again, working similar to a regular grenade, but different in a lot of ways. Most notably the fact that because it's launched from an SMG, the arc that you shoot it at is like further, right? Whereas with grenades, those are pretty good at getting over obstacles. In comparison anyway. And the AR2's plasma balls have the benefit, like, are really unique in the fact that it's basically a, you know, a ball of energy that kills anything that it touches, but is rather unwieldy. God damn it. Since it bounces off everything, including the target that you shoot it at, and then will bounce around a room uncontrollably until it eventually explodes on itself. Also, the ammunition for that is really scarce, but it's also very powerful. Though, if you use it in open spaces again, it's not that great of a way to dispatch enemies. You'll take whatever punishment is coming your way. Okay, Kalissa? Not sure what you're referring to? I mean, unless you're talking about those weapons in particular. But yeah, it's just like, I think they did a pretty good job for the Half-Life series of making all the weapons stand out from each other, you know? For fuck's sake. I don't have any ammo. No weapons. But yeah, I have a tendency to just talk about game development related things. It's kind of my field of expertise, so it's what I know. It's also pretty good practice. It's a good way to like, or can be a good idea as well, to perspectivize, or to perspective on like how different games work. It makes you really appreciate some of the detail that goes into some of them. That's also part of why I really don't like Overwatch. You is a troll. Alright. Yeah. I don't do a good job at dealing with trolls. What I mean by that is that if someone's trying to troll me, I have a really hard time realizing it. And it just kind of usually doesn't end up really working, because I'll just be questioning like, what are you even talking about? Or just go, okay. Which gotta be like the least satisfying thing ever. You will... what? I troll. You will make for me lovely wife. Aha. Okay. If you say so. Hold on, this is like one giant camouflaged cliff face. There we go. I troll. Okay. I don't know if I'll agree to those terms though. We'd have to give it a try first. You're just being silly. No wonder Occam is confused. Terms? That sounds fair. I mean, usually they say nothing's fair in love and war or whatever. Nothing's fair, period. It's one of the main counter arguments to equality in the workplace and such, for instance, or just generally in society, because equality is by default unfair, which is weird, but if you really think into it, that's exactly what it is. Because if you think about it, if you're worse off than someone else, but you request equality out of principle, even though you're worse off in whatever circumstances there might be, it does mean that you are getting an advantage that you otherwise wouldn't have, which then in essence does make it unfair as well. As weird as it sounds. Hey, Ick. Are we expanding again? Yes, we are. Terms? Oh god. Well, I don't know. I think I'm single for a reason. That's usually how it works, isn't it? I would have to come back at you with that, though. Weird? Oh, sorry, Weird what again? Sorry. I have this tendency where I just start talking about stuff and then I forget what I said like 5 minutes after. No, like basic requests? Nah. I don't know. I've kind of given up on the dating games, generally speaking anyway, so... I don't even know what to think anymore, if I'm to be completely honest. But yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of land now. That's a plus. I have no idea what this base over here looks like though, so I think it's a good idea to build this radar station. You just get discombobulated by a squid? I don't even know what discombobulated means. English is not my primary language. I've heard the word many times before, but the fuck does that even mean? Confused and disconcerted. Well, also that. I do try and do my best to understand people in chat though. If so, I just stole a kiss on the cheek, aka boob. Okay. Alright. Interesting. Well, one of the terms is that I don't even know your gender, so that's part of it, I guess. And one of the terms is that I would have to know you better first. Does that work out for you? I think that goes for pretty much everyone though, but that's pretty standard, isn't it? You best is me boop, FYI. What? You best is me boop for your information. Oh really? Okay. And you can't tell. I'm just talking about biological gender. I don't really personally go up in like what do you assign gender or whatever you want to call it. No wait, that's the same, isn't it? Ah, god damn it. I've always been pretty simple-minded on that stuff. But that's just because I've never had to really deal with any of those issues. What do I prefer? If I'm gonna be specific, I think you mean just generically. That would be females. So I'm pretty straight on that regard. These trees have seen better days. Holy shit, I'm pretty sure last time I went past, these trees were very much alive. Now most of them are dead. Pollution is a nasty thing, kids. I think you's pretty either way. Oh, thank you very much. Doesn't matter where it comes from, that's still a pretty positive compliment. And I will take that. God damn it, that just always... I always get snagged on that. But nah, I'm pretty simple-minded. I just slither through life unaffected by most things that worry a lot of people. Now you get it. Ah, crap. Gotta love all the skid marks around here. Okay, is there a way that I can Hmm. Not really, is there? Because this is so cramped. I would really love to get this chest out closer to the road, even though I know it's also a little bit more dangerous because cars can collide with it and kaboom, that's all the walls gone. You as a hottie don't consent, who says so? Alright. I will. Is there a way to get rid of a squid? I'm pretty sure a squid requires a lot of water, so if you dried up the oceans, you'd be kind of screwed, wouldn't you? Just one way. Maybe a little bit excessive, but I think it would work. I think I need to get some more rockets too. Yes, but I be gone. Be gone from where? Gone to where? In what way? So many questions? I don't know what you mean by that. Do you want a squid? What kind of question is that? No, probably not. Probably not. I also have a theory that I might be allergic to calamari, so I don't know if calamari comes into the same class of squid. Like, if it's just a type of squid or how it works again. Oh, is that not what you meant? Not a simple answer. To squid or not to squid? How's the radar progressing here? Okay, we can see a little bit better now. I mean, I'm surprised that there's this much land connected to each other. It's pretty good. Alright, Kalissa. Kind of figured that's what you were going with this. Have a good one. Feel free to come back some other time when I'm streaming as well. You'd be more than welcome. I am thinking of whether or not I should wipe out all of this too. I mean, we're pretty much on a roll apart from all the deaths, but at the moment it probably wouldn't be as necessary. And then again, I mean, if I get rid of this and I start building factories over here, I don't have to be worried about aliens coming from over here when the pollution starts spreading there. Because it's already getting close here, and I'm actually a little bit... Maybe? Okay, maybe I should take it out. Because I got no defenses over here, actually. Fuck. Okay. It has been decided. Squish, squish, squish. Let me just double Okay, it's all the way up there. Okay, let's go and move that because I have a feeling I might die a couple times. Wait, what? Inventory full? Fuck, that's not what I wanted. So what about you, Ek? What are you up to today? Enjoying your weekend, I hope. Cannot insert stone. Oh, right. Because of all the rocks we're blowing up. I'm gonna have 30 robots, combat robots with me now. Would make a little bit more safe for me. I can get through it. Famous last words. I really wish I could target these rocks directly. That would make this so much safer for me. Exactly what I mean. Ah, god damn it. That was another tree, wasn't it? These bastards. Garg. Look at them, all wandering around aimlessly. There we go. But even though I end up killing myself over and over again, I definitely wouldn't want to do this without explosives at this point. And it's probably just a side effect of this this world gen that I'm running with. Since my production facilities are a little bit cramped, I'm not quite as far along as you probably want to be at this stage. Dealing with these kinds of bases anyway. Or size of. There's gonna be so much ammunition out here when I go and have to tear all this back down again. These trees are more dangerous than the worms that I'm trying to take out themselves. Ow. Yes, indeed. I'm actually I had to tune down the heaters because it was getting way too hot in here actually. Earlier today anyway. had to do that. So hopefully spring is just around the corner. What's wild is that only, what, a week or two ago it was snowing. If only briefly. And it didn't stick around, of course. Still, it did snow though. Yeah, what's it now? It's like 7 degrees Celsius outside now. Pretty nice. Yeah. True that. That's probably also why it's so warm inside though, buildings being heated up by the sun. Gonna be... fuck. Yeah, it's gonna be fuck, no. It's gonna be interesting to see if the pandemic is gonna rebloom now that people go into vacation mode soon again. Because that's kind of what I experienced in Aalborg last year. Around this time too. Because they lifted all the restrictions around spring, right? Or up towards summer, and from one day to the other it was like comparing a ghost town to, you know, any other ordinary day, as if nothing special was going on in you know, in the large scope of things. Shoot. Down there, right. So I'm curious if it's gonna be similar this time around. Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit different this time around, so I also doubt that it's gonna be like... it's not gonna feel the same way, let's put it that way. It's not gonna have the same effect, at least. But it was very, very strange going from a, oh, like, you know, you're not allowed to be this and this many people gathered in a small area and all that stuff, kind of restrictions last year at least, to, oh, okay, no restrictions anymore. That was so surreal. I think the most surreal part about it was that people's behavior was also very much affected by it. No one was really like keeping distance at all, or even trying to, you know? Yeah, I'm also like, you know, still staying at, you know, respecting people's space around them and such. Whenever, like, applicable, of course. At least I try to. But I also don't get out much, so... so for me, it's not too hard to do either. But it does give you that reduced sense of respect for other people's space. If you've had like a period of time when no one really cares, or seems to care anyway. Though, you know, it is conditional. Meaning that, of course, if the pandemic isn't really like a problem anymore to the same degree that it used to be, then you can also be a little bit more lax again. But I don't know. Oh shit, almost got myself killed again. But at the same time, I've also heard this, or noticed that there's this thing where like people or families that have small kids living at home, they basically are on like a revolving door on the whole pandemic situation, where it's almost every time you hear about them, it's like, oh yeah, now they're like tested positive again and stuff. That's like something that I've noticed has started happening with certain families more and more, like very frequently. But at the same time, they're not, even though tested positive, they aren't really like affected by it as far as I know. But it's also like weird how they are tested positive multiple times without any drawbacks. Exactly. Since people in my social sphere and such are at that age where they're done with most of them are done with all their educations, I don't really have enough insight on how it's like at high schools and universities and grade schools and all that stuff. You know, apart from these families who have really young children. So I have no idea if, like, for people that are still studying, how bad it is these days. Because at least remembering in my case, growing up in high school, we were like 20 pupils stuck in a very small room with extremely bad ventilation, you know. Kind of paints the picture that you would be, if one person in that classroom had it, everyone would have it, you know. And then all their families, because in high school you might most likely still be living at home, you know. All the families would also be affected. The vaccine helps a bunch, but remember, it's got an expiration date. And I've also noticed, in myself included, that there's a high tendency for people to not want further vaccines beyond the second shot. Because people don't want to deal with the side effects for various reasons. Some even get so sick from the side effects that the vaccine itself is causing a lot of problems in its own right. And that also means that if people don't get vaccinated moving forward, then, you know, being vaccinated has no impact whatsoever because it's expired. Whoa, just like me in a moment. Whoa, whoa, fuck. Too much. But you know, it's just a tool, just like everything else in the pandemic, to try and tune down the rate of the spread rather than completely halt it. Was kind of scary to think, though, that they were about to make it more strict with the Corona Pass and all that. I don't know, did they ever carry through with that, any of those restrictions? Because if I remember correctly, part of it was that the vaccine would need to be refreshed sooner, or however you want to put it, or something. Meaning that basically people who had the second shot would have been soon to be forced into take the third one in order to basically do almost anything. If you were in a working environment, especially. But then they decided to just lift all the restrictions instead, which was so weird, but yeah. Improves the outcomes of vaccinated people, less severity even if the spread isn't curbed as much. I mean, I don't know too much if that's true for how vaccines function. Because I'm, you know, I'm not a biologist, so I wouldn't know. I only know the general gist that vaccines only retain their effectiveness for a certain amount of time because viruses, they change over time to adapt. And what I do know when it comes to the flu is that I'm one of those people that should technically get a yearly flu shot, but I just don't because I can't afford it. Recent years has gotten much better though, but I have had a tendency to basically get sick with the flu at least twice a year, every single year, while I was studying, or, you know, pretty much every single step of my education, simply because I was out with amongst people way more, right? And I would always get sick in autumn and in spring. In the end, it didn't even surprise me anymore. So you can't prevent infection. You need to get infected for the immune system to notice it. So you can just train your immune system to recognize and deal with it quicker. Yeah. So that you don't get the long-lasting severity of those symptoms and stuff, right? Because that's like the scariest part about this virus in particular, is the long-term effects. You know? The potential long-term effects. That's what you really should be scared about. Or scared is a bad word. I would say be considerate about, you know, when making your choices. Because I can't choose for other people, that's up to them. But, you know, I think it's important to stress that it's a choice you take. It's a risk, you know. And that's where some people that are in the working environment, or amongst a lot of customers and stuff, end up taking a lot of risk as a result, because they just can't operate in their field without doing so, you know. And it's actually so bad that one of a good friend of mine, he works in a restaurant as a kitchen chef, and they've just been like so busy. They were so busy last summer, for instance, that there was no time frame in which he could get his COVID vaccine at all, because his schedule was very irregular, almost by like a week-to-week basis, and he would have an average of 1 to 2 days off a week, you know, meaning that he didn't have the time to deal with potential side effects, you know. Yeah, so much so that he just couldn't make a stance on when to get the vaccine because he didn't have the time for it. So it was just a matter of, well, if I get sick, then I'll take it up then. But until then, it was not something that he was like in a state of mind to worry about. He had other things on his mind, basically. Because they had opened up a new restaurant over the summer, and they were just so underprepared. And due to the pandemic, it also had a massive influence on a bunch of factors, like getting enough workforce in, for instance. Like him in his own case as well, actually started here after a year's worth of unemployment, you know, simply because of the pandemic too. Because when you work in the food industry in that sense, you're pretty much getting shafted. So he's kind of been relaying a lot of his experiences to me, and there's just a lot of stuff that happened over the course of those 2 years now of the pandemic, I guess, that it's like just affected the industry in large ways, right? As an example, there's that thing about the whole employment issues, like not getting enough hands on deck. I was thinking about something more concrete though. Oh yeah, so something more recently as well. They were considering, over this up towards December, whether or not they should shut down the entire restaurant or not moving forward, because if the government had come out with the shutdown restrictions again, which they fortunately didn't do, it was a matter of, do we continue operating or do we shut down? And if they were to continue operating, how they would do it, you know, would they be making takeaway and so forth? And at least as far as I was told, from the last experience they had the year prior, my friend told me that doing takeaway was basically not worth it, because the turnaround for takeaway was so little that it could barely even pay their own expenses, you know, paying the employees their wages on, you know, apart from the material, because they were just not selling enough. So much so that it was worth more potentially than, like, if it had happened to shut down and then just take a helping, like a help package from the government. The reason being that in order to get these help packages that the government made, there were some terms and conditions, such as you weren't allowed to operate, you know. At least not for that particular restaurant. So in order to get those benefits, you weren't allowed to operate. And if you were doing takeaway, you were operating, but in a reduced capacity, right? So even though you were doing, taking care of, like, making sure that you're delivering that service for people, essentially, of takeaway, they were just not earning enough to warrant actually doing that. And when a business can't even warrant operating because there's just not enough money in it, you know, that's when it gets really bad. And there are, like, ways that you can get around this as well if you have, like, multiple restaurants and such, but, you know. Then we dive into some gray area shit. And I can't really fault, what do you call it? Establishments like this diving into any means necessary just to stay afloat like that. It's a tricky situation. Dude, these bases are getting so big out here. Just look at the amount of corpses just lying around. Oh my goodness, this is 5 million gold though, so apart from this landmass, it's also a lot of resources. We are getting somewhere though. But it does seem like it... I have a feeling that it's cut off down here with ocean. But it's anyone's guess if it continues northwest though. Because it very much well might do that. But I'm getting a bit of a better idea on the layout of the map now though. It's also like this landmass up to the northeast might be a bit easier to clear out because the bases are smaller, even though there are more of them. But not only that, but the terrain here is also more of like a square block, whereas this is like a U shape, or whatever you want, like inverted U shape. So I haven't quite made up my mind on how to deal with it. If I should just smooth out the edges, probably just should do that. Instead of cementing this entire ocean here, because that's basically what it is, isn't it? I am contemplating though how much of this I need to clear out. Let's go and grab the shelter. I think I want to clear at least the eastern coastline just so that I can put down defensive positions along this and then prevent enemies from just waltzing on through across the water. That seems to be the most reasonable approach right now, because completely clearing this landmass before I have some kind of vehicular machine to help me, just doing it by hand like this is gonna take forever. We're already like spent like several hours just trying to get this far, so instead of going completely nuts on this, we should probably just establish this outer perimeter and then start or return to building the factory. If I can get away with it. We'll see. Also, I'm really tired of this whole dying situation. God fucking damn it. It's all good though. It's also like, I think it is at that stage now where it's probably faster to sail across than to drive all the way around. Of course, I can drive on water even though it's super slow. Fucking rock killed me. Nope. Let's try that again, this time with less suicidal tendencies, please. I can have so many of these drones now though. It's amazing. Get rid of all those stupid trees. Try not to step in stuff. Gloop. But yeah, also don't stay in water for too long. Don't want to lose all my shit again. I don't think I'm in the mindset that's called for if I have to reimburse all my utilities, including my armor again. That was a pretty heavy blow yesterday, not gonna lie. Sometimes forget that I cannot put down belts on top of this biomass stuff, this creep. Get out of here. I mean, these bases don't seem that big though. There's a lot of them, but most of this is just like defensive worms and such. Nothing too crazy. Still, even the big worms, or just one of them, is enough cause for concern. And yes, though I can get more combat robots down now to help protect me, it's also means that I'm using it up much faster now. Oof. Russian government is bad. Yeah, I really hope that it doesn't escalate into a larger situation, let's just put it that way. But yeah, it is a valid point that it's the government, right? It's not the people necessarily themselves, as far as I understood reading into it yesterday. No, I would say it's a pretty nasty situation. But as far as I understand, at least, there's a good chunk of the Russian population that do not agree with their own government's decision. But of course they have that issue of protesting being a bit more difficult in Russia, so... I do believe I read something along the lines that some Ukrainian official also stated that the main issue that there's very little chance of other European countries or the US stepping in due to the circumstances and all that, and afraid of like escalating into a, you know, international war and stuff for obvious reasons. And that kind of leads it to a situation where the most likely source of change would be from the Russian people affecting their own government, you know? That's the main takeaway I have. If you have to think, you're very wrong. No, I'm just choosing my words. I mean, war is always bad, you know? There's nothing positive about it. Unless it's in a video game and you're in your own interest, but that's besides the point. Drop propaganda. Okay. Also, Kalissa, I thought you said you were leaving. Didn't expect you to be back. This is part of that whole thing where it's really difficult to be a troll because no one takes you seriously especially if you call yourself a troll or consider yourself one. Bad, sad propaganda. Well, what I can say is that from what I was reading, there's been multiple reports of people going to the streets and doing protests against the attack and stuff. They just have, like, as far as I could understand, as part of the, like, they're also being kind of creative about it, because they're not allowed, like, if I understood correctly, there's something along the lines that they're not allowed to, like, carry actual signs and such. Actually, that's, hold on, let's do something different here. So instead of carrying around signs, they would be wearing clothing with whatever, you know, protest they're trying to get across instead, because that wasn't illegal or something like that. But they were also getting cracked down by the authorities quite heavily. No, I don't like Putin either. We have to remember though, it's not always, and very rarely is, exclusively one person that should be held accountable for actions such as these. There's many more bad people involved in this situation. I do gotta wonder though what the soldiers involved in this conflict are sort of feeling and stuff like that. No. I'm saying I'm wondering what the soldiers themselves are thinking. The ones who've been ordered to basically attack Ukraine. You know? Because at the end of the day, there's still like a person down in the field. Oh yeah, remember to turn this thing on again. Oh yeah, maybe we should also reestablish this thing. I mean, we do have towers here and they are being held back, and this actually does get repaired. But if I don't rebuild this, the aliens could nest there, which would not be great. So before we continue our expansion, I should probably try and sail around and fix that right away. Why am I dumb? Whoa. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes. But what do you want me to do about it? Yes, I know what you're talking about. But I don't try and get myself mixed up too much in politics. Oh man, this is an old design. Trump juice? What do you... I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I don't know if it's a language barrier or whatever it is, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, there's a fish. I was like, why is there a hit point bar there? but to be human think. That sounds very philosophical. You have the juice in bed? I have no idea what you're trying to communicate here. Okay. I mean, I do think. I would think so. But we all deal with politics in different ways. I just go very quiet about it. For one, I don't find politics to be particularly interesting to talk about. More than... other than like very broad strokes general things that actually affect me directly, for instance. And that would be one of the aspects. But I also don't like to, you know, keep stressing a matter or subject matter more than absolutely necessary. And in this case, this is one of those instances where you can't really do much more than acknowledge the situation and try and move on with your own life until things resolve, right? So, again, what do you want me to do about it? The only thing that I could do is to change my voting habits, for instance. But right now, that doesn't really matter at all, you know? What does matter is trusting that the people in higher positions take care of the situation and deal with it to the best of their abilities, because there's not really much else that they can do, you know? And keep informed on the situation as well. Why you hate? You're just blabbering gibberish now. I'm just a dude trying to enjoy his weekend, and I assume there's a lot of other people like it. It's like a friend of mine told me once. There are so many weird, shady things happening in the world that are either beyond your comprehension and ability to deal with, which, if you think about it too much, is really aggravating. And the only person that gets negatively or gets affected by it is you. And there's nothing you can do about it either than just accept that it exists. And if it's something that is like large scale stuff, such as, for instance, you know, the minority of people in the world owning the majority of all the wealth in the world, just something like that. There's also a lot of people with power that abuse it to a great degree that you can't do anything about. And it's like, if you worry too much about all these things, you just don't get to live, you know? So what do you want to do about it? What do you want me to do about it? Bad at being a dude, okay. Sure. I think we're done here. Watch your step, Kalissa. Hamp is in chat. And you already said that you're a troll, so it's hard to tell whether or not you're being honest on any of this stuff. We'll give Kalissa a chance. Passively reading. That's not passive, that's active, Hamp. Isn't it? I think Kalissa came in with Tim's raid earlier, right? But yeah, Hamp has a point though. Just be glad that Ammo Pika isn't in chat, because you'd have had like a 24-hour timeout within seconds of him reading any of this. Just, you know. Pretty standard behavior from people. Yeah. I don't really particularly care. But when it does become a bit much, I might have something to say. I mean, it's already getting pretty much there. As I said, a lot of the stuff that you're spouting is just gobbledygook. Is that what... Fuck. Oh, waiting for it to happen on land. Is that what do you call it? Can be considered a shitpost? I've actually never understood the term shitposting. I've just seen it been used before, and it's just like a bunch of, well, yeah, hard to explain, I guess. That's why it's called a shitpost. For a reason. Let's move this down here. Oh, fuck. Help me! Oh shit. Actually, let's get some drones out. That would be a little bit more helpful. These freaking worms are not making it easy. Oh fuck. This island is proving to be mighty difficult. I think it's because they are so widespread, so they would like come from all over the place. Ow. Getting somewhere though. I think that pretty much covers all of this. Yas. Nice. Shit posting definition from the Urban Dictionary. Ironically, posting something which to the average person looks just like a cringy or weird or stereotypical post conforming to a norm but is intended to mock, insult, or amuse. Wow. What a definition that is. Makes sense in your case. Hick. But yeah, I don't particularly mind people being weird or quirky and stuff, but if it starts getting really annoying, that's when the timeouts and stuff start happening. So for instance, if it's just if there's a lot of spam with a lot of sentences that are hard to like even make sense of, and it just feels like you're just saying shit basically for the sake of saying shit. That's like one of those cases where I'm like, considering drawing the line. I have a really bad time dealing with that stuff though, or rather like drawing the line, actually doing that. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I mean, like, if Ammo had been here, there would have been no line to draw. He's always, like, he's way more used to the streaming environment in that regard, because he's been, like, more places, if you know what I mean, to see a lot of bullshit happening here and there, in comparison to what I have. For the most part, those streams that I have been in, I haven't really encountered people just being dicks, pretty much. The only, like, the worst thing I've only experienced, which is pretty mild in the grand scope of things, is for instance in Tumbling Satellite stream sometimes, when people do a little bit too much backseating, which, you know, understandably so, when the man says that your people are back, the individual is backseating and they continuously do it because they can't restrain themselves, then it starts becoming a problem. You are what you eat. Wow. That's a little bit harsh though, don't you think? Eat backseats. I don't know if you can put it that way, Hamp. I think Ammo, like, being a bit more wise in that regard than I am, has a good, valid point though. You don't want to, like, what do you call it? Accept weird shit like that at the cost of, you know, everyone else, you know? Because you're not the only ones in chat. Yummy car seats. Yeah. It's like, I think Vey, for instance, is on that haha funny, weird kind of quirkiness, you know? Because they like call me Nerd Jesus and all that stuff, but, you know, it's not like they're trying to get me riled up or anything. I actually do remember one time I had like at the very beginning of a stream one day, it was like a long time ago, there was this random person that came in and just immediately tried trolling me with extremely bad jokes. Like thinking that it was funny to make negative comments about my hair and stuff. And they were like, oh, all the other streamers that I watch take that as a joke. Well, like, lighten up a little bit. Literally like 5 minutes into the stream or something. Never seen the person before. The first thing they said was basically mocking my hair. Like, dude. Have like some sense of, what do you even call it? Situational awareness? Or just anything, decency? I don't even know what you would even call it at this point. But that was like really weird. It's probably the weirdest encounter I've ever had. Yes, hair. But more so the bad jokes. Because they weren't really jokes, they were just insults. I have no idea what a Nazis is. Why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. See, that's actually funny. Because that's a really terrible pun. I did not see that coming. Yeah, I saw. It's fine. Speaking of Nazi jokes, though. But speaking of Nazi jokes, though, it's surprising to know that out of all the people in the world, probably Germans are the most prone people I've met who make Nazi jokes. And also some of the majority of people are these days, at least the younger generation, if you can call it that, are more okay with it. Even though it's technically not like in the grand scope of things that many years ago. I mean, we can do more than timeouts, Kalasa. Ideas. I am bemused. You mean anecdotal? There you go again. I'm on a fucking mission to clear out this island now. Draw the line maybe at this intersection or something? I'm not entirely sure. Because we could sail around trying to find a beachhead where I can put down a radar or something, but... I did mention that I wanted to just make a defensive line down here. Just so that this potential factory over there is protected. And then when I smooth out the eastern shoreline, should make it possible for me to also make a defensive wall just all the way across. Basically just like the main base has it. At least that's what I'm thinking. Because otherwise, these guys over here are going to be problematic. Listen, now you're just being ridiculous. Should I go back to the Swedish border? Pretty simple. Don't want to deal with that anymore. I was wondering because they came in with like a raid, right? So it's a little bit hard to tell at times if they're just being goofy or if they're just really talking shit. So that was definitely the line. No worries. Seems kind of weird though, right? Where does that kind of energy come from? You might wonder if they had a brain aneurysm or something along the way sometimes. But yeah, I'm probably way too large with any of that than I probably should be. Ah, God damn it. Oh shit, 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 shit. Added a mod comment. I have no idea what that is. Fuck. I should have been focused. My bad. What's a mod comment? Ah, fuck. Oh. Is that like a comment for other moderators or something? What exactly is it? Oh, okay. So it's like more for like other streamers and such, I suppose. So you can say like, oh, this person's really just coming into chat and doing la 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 stuff, you know? Oh, okay. But why? I guess that doesn't really matter when they're banned. Then just like time them out for 24 hours, I straight up ban them. Right. Ooh, this base really wants me dead. But little by little, they will fall. Or maybe I will. If there's ever an appeal. I don't think that will ever be a thing. It's like when I ban people personally, at least, you know, it's not because of some small temporary oversight or something weird, you know? You gotta really misbehave quite badly. And I don't really want to mess with that kind of shit, you know? Fuck. So I wouldn't expect there to be any appeal for this person. Any mods that go through the appeals and see it? I guess that's a valid point. That does... I guess that's more of like a large streamer thing though. I don't know. I haven't really had that much cross-interactivity between moderators on this channel yet. Oh, fuck. Forgot to put down the drones. You wanted to use it for one. That's fair. It's good practice. But I can see the... Oh my goodness. The usability for like large channels where moderators don't necessarily communicate across each other, and more importantly, maybe even the streamer themselves don't notice everything that's going on in their own chat. But I guess at the time being, at least, you know, I'm pretty much aware of every single ban that happens, and if a ban happens, it happens with a reason. And if it doesn't happen with a reason and by accident, you know, then we would just resolve it on site, you know. So I don't have automod ban anyone either, so there's that too. Plenty of timeouts though, even though some cases in most cases that's also a little bit too strict. At least with the automod thing for URLs specifically. There's just no good solution to it, sadly. I looked into it to try and figure it out, but there doesn't seem to be any way to like cut down on the severity of punishment for URL related things. Because ideally, I would only want the actual URL message itself removed from chat history and such, rather than a complete purge of all the messages within the last, you know, who knows how many minutes. Because what tends to happen is that someone... Okay, let's... Hold on. So someone will like write long ass paragraphs in chat due to an ongoing conversation of a major topic or something, which can be quite complex, so I get the long paragraphs. And then in a fifth paragraph they'll accidentally put in like a punctuation sign as part of like one of the words they're writing, because that's just how it's written or whatever. And then the purge, you know, just removes all the messages from the last many minutes, meaning that if I hadn't had the time to read those long paragraphs and respond to them yet, because like for instance in this case while I'm fighting a bunch of aliens that need to stay focused for a little while, you know, I have no chance of going back and reading those messages, and then the conversation just gets lost because, yeah, a lot of stuff written down and they don't want to repeat themselves. But I guess the answer to that is maybe not write like an entire novel in chat either. Or at least try and avoid it as much as possible, because, you know, reading... I'm not here to read an entire novel all day, right? But I do get it though. And it's not a negative thing either. I get the passion behind it. But it's just really hard to keep up with both that and playing games at the same time. Because, you know, by the time I even get to respond to that message, there's going to be a new paragraph, of course. And then I never get to play the game. But it's a good way to take a break once in a while. How we're doing here. I think this is one of those cases where I would use ships to transport the copper and stuff across. So basically make like a harbor here, load it onto ships, and then just sail it over the ocean instead of a train going all the way around. I'm tempted to sneak up here and put down a radar. We could fit a radar there, right? Don't know if I can get away with it without moving a bunch of aliens first, though. Where even is the shelter at the moment? Trying to look here. There it is. Probably go and grab that and move it up. Actually, don't I also have a land-based vehicle? Yes, I do. It's just all the way over there. God damn it. Keep forgetting to make use of my tools. But yeah, the more aliens I take out now, of course, the less I have to worry about in the future. It's just a lot of work. Also, we're not researching anything. Eventually we'll get airplanes and I can probably fly over the bases and take them out by doing drive-bys, because you can equip the airplanes with internal turrets and that like. Equipment grids. Maybe that's just what I need. I hadn't really thought about looking into weaponry. Power armor based weaponry, especially because not especially because, but it might be worth looking into because I can put them onto vehicles too, right? So even though this is just a car, it does have a 6x6 grid, which is more than enough room for at least some kind of additional automated defenses. So even if it means I'll only be able to do drive-bys to gradually take out the aliens or something. It's definitely something. One of the other concerns I have regarding not taking out enough of the aliens preemptively is that they will re-expand over time, albeit very slowly. But if anything's to go by, then this should be a pretty strong indicator on how problematic it is. Because though I do have these positions out here with turrets, with ammo and all that stuff, there are still alien bases right behind them all along here. Yeah. They were established after I wiped out everything around down here. Simply because they've somehow... Like, they don't get aggro because they sometimes wander in between. And all it takes is one group, right? So if my coverage in this area isn't good enough, they could, like, establish themselves in the middle here, and then all of a sudden... There's a big worm that will shoot on these defensive posts outside of the shooting range of the actual turrets themselves. And that's preferably something we would avoid. Or at least try to. It does feel like we're almost exclusively fighting big biters now. Not entirely true, but it's pretty close. We've got so much critical mass on these defender capsules now that as long as they last, I should be pretty safe. As long as I don't get myself killed by shooting a tree that's right in front of me. Or some of that stupid stuff. Because the rocket, like a single rocket, will soften them up quite a bit, and then they can quickly dispatch the rest of them. But if an alien jumps into my face and I accidentally shoot a rocket that way, then it's a different kind of story. I might not end to tell the tale at the end of that story. Bloop. Exactly like that. Exactly like that. By the way, Ham, if you're still here and listening, have you played Lost Ark yet? You tried it, alright. Got to like the first area. Okay. Then you had to go to sleep. Okay. When you woke up, all the servers were full. Oh, wow, really? I have not had a single day where I've played the game where the servers were full. To be honest. I am playing on a US server, though. I'm playing in on an American server with some of the people from another Discord called Voltage. That's the Voltage group, as I referred them to. And yeah, I just started playing on there and I haven't had any issues jumping in. But maybe it's because it's a US server, so there's gonna be no queues whenever I want to play because the majority of people are asleep. They're like almost constantly falling to you. Okay. God damn it. The bad thing about dying here is all these defender capsules get, like, they become free roaming for the remainder of their lifetime. God damn it. But yeah, I've never had that issue, and I don't experience any like issues playing on a US server either. You know, I don't have any issues with latency or... Oh shit! Fuck. Or lag or anything like that. Experience has been pretty smooth. So if you're considering giving it another go, maybe consider trying that out. I'm kind of just like enjoying the PvE aspect of the game. Doing quests, and I think the most, for me, enticing part about the game is the world building that they've done. God damn it. I was on a roll, now I'm really not anymore. But yeah, the world building is probably part of my favorite aspect of the game. Combat is pretty decent, I guess. I mean, it's fairly fluid. There's not much to complain about. But it also feels like very monotonous in a lot of areas. Because I end up using a lot of, I mean, of course you make your character, so of course you end up using the same attacks over and over. But it does feel like I have one attack that is really, really strong, even though the cooldown isn't too terrible. And if I use that in a group of enemies, all of them, at least the regular mobs, are almost insta-gibbed every single time. Which leaves me with little reason to use a lot of the other attacks for most of my engagements, which makes combat a little bit stale up until now. Again, I have been told that at level 50 it gets more interesting though. I played, I'm playing, it's not Barbarian, it's Berserker. So it's almost, it's in the same archetype, warrior class, but you know, very different at the same time. It's good though. I don't have any issues like dealing with enemies or anything like that. Bosses go down fairly easily. I've only died once in the game so far, and that was a beginner's trap. There's like this one area where there's a camp you have to infiltrate by putting on a disguise, and I didn't read the quest properly. So even though the enemies are the same level range as everything else around you at that stage, and your average level it matches too, they are like still set, like adjusted to deal way more damage than normal, so you just get fucking destroyed if you try and go in there without the intended way. But yeah, I think the thing that one of my friends told me that is super important to just keep in mind, there's no healer or DPS or tank classes in the game, which means that if you're dying a lot because you're not restoring hit points, then the only person that can do something about it is yourself. So whether that be by more effectively using healing potions or getting skills that add some kind of survivability to your build or something. Yeah, there's plenty of options to do that. God fucking damn it. I could really use some more hit points here though. Myself, speaking of it. But nah, I've been enjoying it pretty much. It did feel a little slow in the beginning. Which is very, how should we say it? What's the word for it? Which sounds a little bit backwards, considering that I also at the same time feel that combat was way too easy in the early game, because almost every single enemy will die with just a single hit of even the most basic low damaging of your abilities. That's what I meant to say. But the reason why it felt slow in the beginning is because you don't feel any like sign of progress, because they start you out as something that feels really powerful because enemies die so quickly, you know. The intention being that you should basically just breeze through the early levels super fast. But the quest structure of the game is very reminiscent of WoW or similar old school RPGs. Sorry, MMORPGs, which is not a good thing in my opinion. Really, really bad, to be honest. Because they're very simple-minded, they don't really have much of an effect, and there's just way too many of them. There's just way too many non-influential quests out there. Or non-interesting quests as well, I guess you could put it. So, for anything that is not a main storyline quest, I very quickly ended up being in that mentality of, let's just complete all these other quests and not even read the dialogue and then only focus on the main story. Because it's the only thing that interests me at this point. Sure that if you find a group or somebody to play with, you'll get some energies out playing, otherwise you'll probably just not play it. Alright. Yeah, I've, as I said, only been playing it almost solo. I am in the guild with these other people, but you know, I've done none of the content cooperatively. Interestingly enough though, I was actually told by my friend again that so the game starts you at level 10, okay? And I was told that the reason why that is because that you originally, like when you start out, at least in my case as a berserker, you had like a cutscene which told you a bit of backstory on where you came from, who you are, or whatever, like what kind of character you are, or something like that, how you got your strength and recognition, all that stuff. And then the game like puts you in to the action of the main world of the game like immediately. So basically this the world that my character, for instance, at least comes from is a completely distant, separated one from where the game Lost Ark itself actually takes place, as far as I understand. Like they're not directly connected. It's like an alternate universe or something. It's a little bit funky and I didn't quite catch it, I guess. But basically, for the berserker or whatever, the story is that, oh, you earned your reputation in the arena and you became the chosen one, and ended up fighting off a demon horde who had been frozen in ice for ages in order to halt the invasion that was started many years ago. But because they eventually started, you know, moving again and got free from their imprisonment, they needed a champion to take care of this danger or whatever. And here you are the hero who took out all these demons and basically saved all these people or whatever. And then they just throw you into the Lost Ark world as a character that already has some recognition, but you know, in a completely different alternate universe even, or whatever. And as far as I was told, this is part of why you started level 10, because originally you played through this part or something, but players did not like that these initial levels were only playable solo, because people really just wanted to start at the gate being able to play cooperatively with their friends or whatever. So they literally removed these first 10 levels worth of gameplay content or whatever for the sake of fast tracking your ability to play cooperatively. And I don't know, that feels a little bit weird. You know, especially when you start out at level 10 and everything dies super quickly and such. And then as you progress further into the game, they slowly, even though you level up, get better gear and skills, it feels like you're doing less and less damage. Like you know, you're performing worse and worse as time goes on. So instead of you're becoming better, you're becoming weaker in relation to how fast the enemies are becoming stronger, right? And it's like, why? Shouldn't it be the opposite way around? But I digress. I mean, the story is fine otherwise. I think they do a pretty good job with their in-engine cinematics, especially for the dungeon designs. I think they did a really good job on that. They are very distinguishable. There's a lot of uniqueness to each and every single dungeon. Not just in visual aspects, but also... Well, I guess some of the gameplay mechanics do, like, repeat in the different dungeons in different forms and such. But it does seem like as you go on, they introduce new elements gradually too. Such as moving platforms and other weird-ass interactions that influence the layout of the dungeon and such. So in that regard, there's, you know, plenty of variation to go around. It's just the generic quest completion and level progression is kind of meh. Because it doesn't really feel like challenging, I guess, combat. Because at the current point in time, my strategy is just to walk around the enemies, kiting them all together, and then when they're all nice and grouped, I basically smash them once and they're all dead. Only bosses are sort of a challenge. And even so, like, I've been doing all the dungeons in hard mode, which is the only place where I actually feel some kind of challenge and sometimes have had close calls and dying. But otherwise, the progression, at least so far, towards level 50 at least, has been pretty easy. It's by no means a hard game. Alright, I think I want to take a break from this. Play like Factorio for 4 hours straight, just clearing out enemies. We've got a lot of stuff done though. Got a lot of stuff done. But it is getting around that time today. So even though it only says 4 hours, I have to remember that I did also stream a good bit of Battleforge before this. Let's see who's streaming. I can repay a favor today. I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, let's save this. And I will send you all onwards. Let's see here. 127 hours. Yikes. End screen ensues. Yes. I wonder. Well, Kalissa hasn't unfollowed necessarily. But there we go. That's pretty much it for today. Do stick around for the raid though. And again, like, my streams will pretty much be restricted to mostly the weekends. I'll try and get something in sometime throughout the early part of the week, next week. No promises though, because I have a lot of stuff to look into. But I'll try and see if I can get some time set aside for it. At any rate, that's all I have for you today, and I hope you had a wonderful time. I know that I do enjoy playing Factorio at least, and I hope it's not too boring watching me take out alien by alien. At least get some, I don't know, chuckles out of the fact that I keep dying or whatever. but we'll try and see if we can't get some in-factory stuff going. It's just like one of those cases where it just takes time. But anyways, that's it for today. Thanks everyone for dropping by, and thanks Ham for being a moderator today. I will see you all when I see you, and stick around for the raid again, and goodbye for now.